would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and, no, I shouldn't say that. Should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So, this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitanus, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and a few other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Rabbi, which means beloved. And Lusitanus, of course, is a reference to Portugal. That's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. But I'm also a proud son of Portugal. Fascinating. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Julio da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background
in,
than what he read in the Christian version of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And
Why
in
not?
Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who are very famous and highly influential philosopher. Also,
did you help her?
Extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. And as you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheist.
Why is it frustrating, Big Dog?
And atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have somebody who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? Now, I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist, and some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of
Are you advanced?
that most rabbis would approve as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples
Are you advanced?
of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world, and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue fascinating in multiple ways as we move
like when I make my robot.
Years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
Yes. I'm not sure if that's lost or just above average. And you could argue.
I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had contracts with Fortune 100 companies. I would say that I'm advanced for tech. I have certifications from major organizations like Amazon.
Yeah, can you code?
Yeah.
What language?
Some Python, some PHP, some Ruby on Rails, some JavaScript, some HTML.
Where you code?
Word, dog.
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well
8 years
over
ago?
1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture, and quite fascinating.
That's a good question.
Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of
HTML,
China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk
PHP.
about the nature of that
Now,
unusual Chinese Jewish.
I'm not super advanced.
So, first of all,
but
when do we first
I
hear
know
about the Jews?
many of the basics.
First
I can
encounter of
export
the,
code.
Jews of China
I've
with
exported
Western
code
culture,
in
the person of
Xcode
Matteo
for
Ricci,
iOS
first and foremost.
to be able to upload it and
Matteo Ricci
launch
was
it
a
on
Jesuit
the App Store.
priest who had
I've
China,
exported
goal of converting
Android Studio
population
code
Christianity. They had a lot of
onto
challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular.
Google
But there's
Play,
a fascinating encounter
meaning like
that
my
happened
edits
1605
of the
when
app
a Jew
showed up on the
from
App Store.
Taipei,
And that's
important
really
Jewish
rare with any
population,
kind of
and a
coder
large
or
Jewish
developer.
came
It's
to
usually not
speak
the same
with
person who does the coding who actually
and,
uploads
it
the
was
app.
like, it's hard to.
That's usually multiple people.
You know,
And when I first started, it was. But I just learned how to
was a
do it.
comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish.
But now,
because he had heard about this person,
even the best coders in the world aren't as good as ChatGPT. So coding is kind of useless now.
Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where
that's why I said kind of.
Is discussing things.
It's lost a lot of its
Aitian happens to
importance.
See this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist.
The best coder in the world right now is worse than ChatGPT 1 was.
Aitian, knowing nothing about
and ChatGPT 5 is way better than the best coder in the world. The best coder in the world can't smell the fart of ChatGPT at this point. The best coder in the world, it would take them hours to produce what ChatGPT puts out in 5 seconds.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, of course, were the first 4 Gospels, the first.
And ChatGPT's code is right. Essentially every time.
Look at that.
You don't get errors. Go ahead.
Of the 12 sons of Jacob, where are the other 8 sons?
It's not as good as it could be.
It's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact,
I'm in agreement with you.
Not a Christian. He was Jewish, and this was fascinating onto his own right. From Aitian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant, and in fact, communications with Ricci and with later
That's correct. And what we're anticipating is W S I W Y G coding.
That the Kaifeng community was experiencing even in the 17th century.
Zoot, what did I just say? Zoot, what did I just say?
Specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition, they were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently,
Zoot, what did I just say?
That's not advanced enough.
Zoot, no. I just gave an acronym. What acronym did I give? What acronym did I give? It's called
I don't know.
WYSIYG coding.
Okay.
Aren't you going to ask what that means?
No. What do you mean?
I thought you weren't going to ask what it means.
What does it mean?
It means what you see is what you get. It's a type of coding where you can just drag and drop. The average person can create a website instantaneously.
How far away are we from that?
We already have it. They already have it with apps. It's just not been made mainstream yet, but we already have it. And that once we get that coding mainstream, then all coders are done. You might have somebody code.
Yeah, so
You might have someone code just to learn what people did in the past. It would be like using a typewriter today. Nobody realistically uses a typewriter for fun or for work. They might do it for fun or enjoyment, or they're a typewriter collector or whatever. But it'll just be seen as something of the past.
So every coding would be so simple that everyone knows how to code. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you won't even need to code per se. It's just, it would be like making a picture. You just move a mouse on a screen and drag and drop where you want it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Coding will be so simple that every person will be able to do it. It won't be called coding. It will just be.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Hang on, I have to do this.
You do whatever you need to do, pimp.
I'm only going to be like 5 minutes and we can throw it.
Sounds like a plan.
You think there'll be a lot of opportunity to make money when everything gets simpler?
It's becoming more and more difficult to make money.
Why?
There are powerful organizations and people who basically, whenever you have a good idea, they have the influence to be able to just steal it or buy your company. Now, with cryptocurrency, there are opportunities for people to make money, but the issue is that people don't have the initial capital to be able to buy what they need. I mean, I'm not saying that we won't have it. I mean, the United States alone, we have 18 million millionaires. That's a lot of millionaires, and it's growing by like 1 million people every year.
Millionaires, yeah, but those are mostly property.
That's correct.
Because American property is going crazy. Because everyone wants to be in America.
That's
correct.
Yeah, but Americans don't want to be in America.
Australian property is also doing really well.
Yeah, it is.
Everyone wants to be in Australia.
That's true. You know,
We have our population's increased by 2 million in like about 5 years.
Now you can tell me I'm wrong about this, and that's fine. But I truthfully believe there is a coordinated effort to make Australia seem unattractive to people, when in reality it's extremely attractive. There are no earthquakes. There are no hurricanes, generally, where people live. So what they do is they make it seem like the fauna will kill you and the flora as well, but they'll make it seem like, oh, well, you've got crocodiles. Like, you've never seen a crocodile. You've lived there 30 years. The snakes are like really only like deep in the outback. Yeah, you've got those big huntsman spiders, but they're like harmless. You've got kangaroos, which aren't that bothersome. I mean, yeah, they can fuck shit up, but like in the United States, we have deer. More people die from deer every year, and oh, way true. Do you know how many people get hit deers? 2,000 people every year, and it causes and you get killed, and like tens of thousands of people a year. It's a danger.
That's because there's more people in America than there is Australia, but there's more kangaroos than deers. Wait, how many deers are in the US?
That I don't know, but I can tell you that the total amount of people who die from kangaroos a year is far less than deer.
There's more kangaroos than deers. There's more kangaroos in Australia than there are deers in America.
That doesn't matter. And I don't think that's true. I'm looking it up. Are there more kangaroos in Australia or deer in the United States? Okay. Estimates suggest there are 40 million kangaroos in Australia and 40 million deer in the United States in 48 states. So it's about the same. Now, let's look at
300 people die from deer every year. It's probably more than kangaroos.
Exactly. There you go. But that's just one thing.
I've never heard of anyone dying from kangaroo.
There you go. And like, okay, so you have crocodiles. The United States has crocodiles and it has alligators. Like, you've got dangerous snakes. We have dangerous snakes. And we have not just venomous snakes, but constrictor snakes, especially in Florida. We have like just the same amount of spiders that'll kill you. So basically what I'm saying to you is you have everything that the United States has everything that Australia has, but you don't have snow. Now I know you have blistering heat, but so does the United States. And if you're on the coast, you basically enjoy paradise year round.
So, okay. There's only been 2 kangaroo deaths in the last 100 years. And it was from the first one was in 1936, and it was head injury sustained from the kangaroo. So it was just the fact that he got injured. He could have survived if he had the proper medical care and he was taken care of. It was just an injury from kangaroo. The second one was in 2022, and it was a 77-year-old man, and it was a domesticated pet kangaroo in Western Australia.
Doug,
so he died from.
That doesn't count.
So he had a permit. Well,
yeah, I mean it's a pet.
But that's why you don't get kangaroos as pets. You're not meant to. But if you don't want to die from a kangaroo, don't keep it as a pet.
There you go, pimp. Okay, so
there's no reason to have.
So let's think about it. Australia doesn't have earthquakes, which are a danger. Although I can tell you this: living in California, I've never known anyone who has ever known anyone who's ever been injured in an earthquake. It's just like nobody gets hurt, but there's always the worry that in the future it could happen. So you got earthquakes, we have blizzards that kill dozens of people a year. You don't have that. We have droughts. You do have that, and heat.
How many people died in fires?
Like a dozen.
A dozen people died in fires over the ship?
Yeah. Just in California. I don't know about other states. What I'm basically saying is that there's a concerted effort for people to make it seem like Australia is the deadliest place on earth because of its animals, when in reality it's actually a paradise. You don't have hurricanes. You don't have cyclones. You don't have, you don't have tornadoes. You don't have blizzards. You don't have monsoons. You don't have really any of the issues that the United States has from a weather perspective. And in my opinion, there's a concerted effort for people to downplay purposefully how nice Australia is. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some bad parts about Australia. Everything has to be shipped in, or a lot of things have to be shipped in, and there are issues with, foreign investment, and you're basically like part of the Commonwealth and all that other shit. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that there is a concerted effort, especially I would say on the internet, to make Australia seem not a desirable place. Because frankly, if Americans knew how nice Australia was, many of us would move there and cause housing prices to go even higher. No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that that's why on the internet in particular, if you ever Australia has a lot of benefits, people will be like, but what about the snakes, and what about the spiders, and what about the heat, and what about the kangaroos and the crocodiles? But it's like the United States basically has all that same stuff, aside from the kangaroos, and it has hurricanes and tornadoes and blizzards and earthquakes and monsoons, and Australia doesn't have any of that. Australia is essentially the world's largest island or continent, however you want to describe it, that's paradise on the coasts. And so whenever people even think about moving to Australia from the United States, and on top of that, there are people who would see it beneficial that, people speak English there. It's like the perfect place for Americans to live. But whenever anybody in the United States mentions it, there are all these complaints about the stuff that'll kill you. When in reality, you've never even seen a crocodile. The huntsman spider, you talk about it's a pet. It's no big deal. They talk about like koalas and having chlamydia, and it's like, yeah, but are you fucking a koala? It's like, something you see at the zoo. Basically, Australia is a very desirable place, and there's a concerted effort, especially on the internet, to make it not seem like it's paradise, but it really is.
You forgot all the things that could kill you as well. All the things that kill you are either extinct or endangered as well for most of them.
That's true. Like,
okay, you can get attacked by a great white shark.
Dude,
you can get attacked by a great shark
in the United States.
Shark anywhere in the world.
Exactly. They have one of the largest ranges in the world.
You can go swimming in the ocean. You can get stuck. You can get killed. The same animals that kill you in the ocean anywhere in the world can kill you in Australia. There's no difference. Like, there's no reason. There's no reason. You have great white sharks over in America, right?
100%. But even worse, great white sharks aren't that big of a deal. The sharks that do the most damage are like nurse sharks and tiger sharks. Like, basically smaller sharks, that lemon sharks. Like, they basically are in shallow waters. Great white sharks a lot of times are pretty far away from the coast. I mean, not always, but many times. And really, in the United States, only 50% of our coastline is swimmable. Like, the Pacific coast is cold. Even now in August, when I go, like, when I'm not streaming myself, and I would go to the beach, even on the warmest day, nobody is in the water without a wetsuit unless they're not from here, or they just going for a little bit, because the water is so cold. It's in the North Pacific Ocean, so it's like it's not really that warm. When you go to Florida and it's like bath water, that's what Australia's like. So what I'm saying is, like, all of Australia's water is warm. It's very enjoyable for the average human. All of the houses that you see along the Pacific coast, none of the people there go in the water. I mean, it's just not a thing. And like, a lot of people think like, well, isn't surfing really big in the United States on the Pacific coast? Yeah, it is. But you wear a wetsuit because the water's cold. And unless it's like the hottest part of the summer, the water's just generally too cold. I mean, to be enjoyable. When in Florida, it's like bath water. Australia, it's like bath water. And the water's really clear, really clean. Like, you have fires. The United States has fires, but fires haven't been a big thing your whole life. This is a modern thing of the last 10 years. That's not, when you were a kid, you didn't hear about Australian fires that often.
Not really.
Exactly. And, well, I can tell you, like, we get mudslides. You don't get mudslides. Mudslides are really dangerous. So basically, Australia is a very well kept secret of how nice it is. One of the things that they do to make it so that it's difficult for Americans to buy property is, if I understand correctly, you have to be an Australian citizen to buy property, or it used to be that way. And also, your animal laws are very strict. Like, if you're going to bring a dog, it's got to be like in quarantine for like 90 days or something. Like, they make it really difficult. And yeah, but overall, Australia might be on Earth, on the entire Earth, maybe like a top 5 destination to live. It, the Gold Coast, even Perth, is the only issue with Australia is water access. But especially with desalination technology, you could irrigate the entire interior of Australia if you want.
During COVID, Adelaide, South Australia, when I lived, we had the lowest COVID cases, like probably in the world.
I could see that because they said that sunshine killed it.
For metropolitan cities.
I could see that.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How are you?
We only
What up, baby?
we only had it out.
Listen, let me talk.
Hold on. Don't be.
What's good,
Hold
Rabbi?
on. Don't you say that to my friend. He was in the middle of talking. Zoot, finish your statement. You're gonna wait.
We only had an outbreak in South Australia when they brought in the vaccines. And that's because the vaccines give you COVID.
There you go. All right. How are you, Shanks? How are you, Owen?
Hello.
How's-
Hello. Do you know us? Do you know us from yesterday?
Yeah, of course. How's your day going?
We're very good, my friend. How about you?
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today?
Jennifer, what?
What are your plans for today?
And we're going to. He's gonna do a test, for driving. The glasses, my friend.
Sure.
When you drive. Yeah, he's gonna do that. After that, we're gonna go out, play football and stuff.
It's soccer. Okay, very well. What position do you play?
I play middle, like
Okay,
center mid.
who's faster, Shanks or Owen?
Me, of course.
Owen.
Okay, who has more endurance? Who can go longer, Shanks or Owen?
Me.
Good job. Then you guys are in the right positions.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. And please remind me, how'd you find out about me?
In a row.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Discord. We talked with you like.
I know. Like 48 hours ago. And then again 24 hours ago. Exactly. Did you watch Aiden Ross's stream yesterday?
Yes.
I did too. What did you think of it?
I didn't look for a long time, but
Neither did I. Yeah, neither did I. He always has the same amount of viewers. 57,000.
yeah.
It's always the same, which makes me think he just bots himself.
Yes.
I think so as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's not doing anything that exciting, and he just has enough viewers to be the number one person on the Kick page, but it's always 57,000. It's never like 10,000, and then other times like 80,000. It's just 57,000, and I just find that.
I think you should be popular like Aiden and Nick and talk about stuff like you told us.
100%. Just a matter of time, my friend. It's just a matter of time.
Someone kicked me, bro.
No one kicked. I didn't kick you. No one has the ability to kick you. So maybe Discord kicked you out, but I did not. And Zoot doesn't have the ability, and B. Alexander doesn't have the ability, and Owen doesn't have the ability.
Yeah, that's weird because I was talking with you. I think you should try to like how to say it, focus 100% on Twitch. Or no, not Twitch. X or Kick or Twitch. Something like that.
I
That's
understand.
What I'm thinking about.
I understand.
That would make you popular, I think.
Okay, well.
So I think you should like stream, talk about stuff, go 100% on it, and then you will be famous like Aiden was.
Oh, if it were only that easy. I understand. All right, so you guys are gonna do the driving test, and then you're gonna play soccer. Excellent. Do you have plans for this weekend?
I'm starting school next week, so yeah.
Shanks, in what year were you born?
2008.
Oh, excellent. That makes you not 20. Yeah, you've got to be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm joking with you. I'm 18.
No. Take care, Shanks.
No,
Shanks.
please.
Shanks.
Why, bro?
Shanks, come back when you're 18. It's not that long. Take care, buddy.
Okay, love you.
Love you too, big dog. Riser, you were talking about COVID numbers during that time, and Adelaide did really well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway, are you ready to lose? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, I asked you a question.
Give me a second. Why is AI so bad at visual puzzles?
It's improving.
I gave it a visual puzzle to give the answer, and I said, here's the answer, and it gives me like something that doesn't really make sense.
If AI gets too good at visual puzzles, it'll be able to do CAPTCHAs, and then once that happens,
Oh, thank God.
like the internet goes away.
What?
Well, then just you can have bots take over websites, like I do with Kick. The reason why I'm so successful on Kick is because they don't have a CAPTCHA system.
Why don't I have a capture system?
Because Twitch doesn't. And Twitch is their competition. And so they don't want to make it more difficult to use their website than Twitch. Now, Twitch, because they're trying to beat Twitch. Now, Twitch has a few settings and defense mechanisms that protect them, security features, I guess you call them, that allow them to keep some bots out, but any smart coder or hacker can get around them. Their big one is you have to use like a legitimate, what they consider to be like a Gmail address, but there are ways around that. And they have some pretty good IP address tracking, but there are ways around that. Kick has some of these systems, but they're just not as good. And the reason why is Kick doesn't have as big of a team. I mean, Twitch has Amazon, and Kick just has like a team of, I think, like 200 people. Stake has like 800, and Kick has 200. So even combined, they have like 1,000 people, when Amazon has like hundreds of thousands of employees, and at least Twitch has probably 10,000 employees, something like that.
Sticks free.
What'd you say, Pimp? Hey, Zoot, I have a question. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work, but, and I say this as your friend because I care about you, and one time you said to me, I said, it's really got to be difficult with Tourette's. Like, you basically can't keep a secret because it's whenever you have a secret, it's at the top of your mind, and then you end up blurting it out. And that must make for very awkward social interactions because you'll just be with like you might be with someone, I don't know. Let's say there was a person who was green, and you would just call them green, and that would be offensive because it's not like something that normal people do. I'm just asking, have you ever tried this? Because I've heard this is a good method to stopping those kinds of things and similar things. Smoking and nicotine and marijuana and anything that can cause, like, that you have a habit with, you put a rubber band on your hand, on your wrist, and then whenever you have one of those blurt outs, in your case, you snap it. And subconsciously, it makes your body not want to do that anymore. I'm not saying it's going to work exactly well for you, but have you ever tried that?
No.
I would suggest it. I think it could help you. And even if it doesn't, then you tried it. But basically, like, one time I said to you, it's got to be really difficult to, like, basically have, like, you, for instance, you tell me what's in your crypto wallet. That's not a smart thing to just say. You blurt it out sometimes. And that's not a smart thing. I don't want to say it's not smart, but it's not.
And especially when you're streaming to how many people?
Well, exactly. So if you can, and I remember it hurt me to hear you say, because you're my friend, you said, yeah, like my whole life, like, is summarized just in that, basically. Like, imagine all of the secrets that you had, and those were the things that you wanted to say the most, or that maybe that you were just tempted to say the most. And I said to you, like, man, that would make it difficult with, like, a girl or someone, because not only does she have to worry about that with you, like, she could tell you a secret, like, I'm on my period. Okay, fine, no big deal. But then you're just going to blurt out, like, she's on her period. Or, your children could have that. And I think it's something that you said is more manageable with nicotine, or at least a nicotine patch, but those are expensive and you'd have to wear them 24 hours a day. And that's a costly endeavor. Do you have a rubber band?
Yeah.
Go get a rubber band right now.
There's no medication for Tourette's as well.
I understand. Well, you said nicotine, but go get a rubber band. Tell me when you have a rubber band, Zoot.
I don't.
You don't have a rubber band? Nowhere in your house you ever.
Elastic.
Okay, elastic will work. Can you put it around your wrist? Okay, put it around your wrist. And whenever you, like, this is gonna be a reminder, subconsciously, you want to wear it for as long as you need to. And whenever you have a blurt out, you just snap it. And what it does is, subconsciously, your body doesn't like that. And it will slowly ease you away from wanting to do the non-desirable activity. This works with people who bite their nails. It works with people who are addicted to drugs and nicotine and alcohol. It just is like a thing that, if you are conscious about it and you have this thing on you, you don't want to snap it. It causes you an issue. And your body, instead of being carefree and just saying whatever you want, or desiring alcohol or drugs or nicotine or whatever, it just recognizes that it doesn't want that snap. You don't have to snap yourself hard, but just keep it on your hand, and we're going to play. Are you ready to play? Zoot.
Not yet.
Okay, well, you tell me when you're ready to play. Is the elastic on your hand or on your arm? On your wrist?
Yep.
Yep.
Hang on. 3.
Zoot, show me when you have time, show me the elastic on your wrist.
As the story goes, the chief rabbi Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Mateo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's like another kind of like story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jesus Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work in Ecclesiasticus, as is known in the traditional way, the Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which has been steadily lost in Hebrew for many generations and found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which decent, is just hilarious, I think. But historians have to look much up at it. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews were with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the sacred Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that this had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century, the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their text. And obviously there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion of it. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from the early 18th century Jesuit. Father Remenge visited it, and he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Spartan-style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities, such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a Sefer Torah. As you can see there, quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica. You can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first documentation.
If you put this thing on your wrist, I do. Show it to me.
Possibly much, much further. We have For example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there.
Zoot,
Referred to
let me
China
see the
specifically,
elastic
but
thing on your
he did
wrist.
come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China.
Zoot, show it to me.
Fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century, in which there are, just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are, or how active they were, or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and many of them are through the
Why
oceans.
does snapping an elastic
my knowledge,
band
camels
on
don't
your
swim
hand
especially well,
when you
especially
have a
when they're
tick
laid down.
help
But
people
it
with
does
Tourette's
indicate that there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular silk route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west.
Well, Zoot, you said you had elastic, so get it. I'm going to wait for you.
Would a belt work?
No. No, it's got to be like elastic or rubber. Go in your kitchen and look and see if you have like rubber or like elastic on like broccoli or something. Yo, pimp. What'd you say? Do you have a string? Do you have a string?
Yeah.
Okay, take a string and put it around your wrist.
String.
We'll go get one.
I will after dinner.
Okay, Zoot, listen to me. The next time you come in here, I want you to have a rubber band, okay? I'm going to ask you to show me it the next time I see you, okay?
Okay.
Here's why. Snapping an elastic band on your wrist for Tourette's syndrome may not be a complete cure, but it can help some people psychologically because it taps into a few behavioral and neurological mechanisms. The first is competing sensory input, sensory gating. When you snap the elastic, you create a sharp, clear physical sensation. For some people with Tourette's, that sensation can briefly complete with the urge to tick, making the brain's sensory system focus on the new input instead of the premonitory urge, premonitory urge that leads to a tick. Interruption of premonitory urges. Many people with Tourette's feel a rising, uncomfortable sensation before a tick, like an itch that you have to scratch. The snap can reset the buildup for a moment, giving the feeling that you've satisfied the urge without actually performing the tick. This is a big one. Habit reversal therapy principle. In habit reversal therapy, HRT, one method is to become aware of the tick signal and perform a competing response instead. While snapping a band isn't the official competing response taught in HRT, those are usually tension incompatible movements. It follows a similar logic, replacing the tick with an intentional action. Sense of control. Tourette's can feel unpredictable and involuntary, which can cause anxiety or frustration. The act of snapping the band is chosen, giving a small sense of agency in a situation where the person often feels they have none. This control can reduce the emotional stress around tics. Distraction and mindfulness. The snap can be a grounding cue, pulling attention back into the present moment and away from the spiraling focus on the tick or its social consequences. Do you understand why this could work for you?
Yep.
Are you ready to play?
Give me a second.
Zoot, the next time you come in here, what are you going to have on your arm?
Rubber band.
You got it, big dog. And I'm going to ask to see it.
What's 22? What's 76 divided by
38.
Alright, let's play.
Okay, just one moment. What do you want? What what invite do you want?
Any.
Any invite? Okay.
Ryan, you want to big back? Oh, no, I gotta go here for dinner soon. Let's do bounce.
You got it.
I want a quick game.
Do you want easy, standard, or pro?
Quick. Rabbi?
Yo,
I'm
pimp.
gonna win. Because I'm gonna try a trick.
I don't think either of us are going to finish. I don't think either of us are going to finish.
I feel like I'm gonna finish. But not when I'm playing like that. Rabbi, I'm fucked up already. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
see how I fucked up already? Yeah, but no. How do you think about me? What do you think?
I think you're a man struggling with some issues.
What's my issues?
You've got a lot of behavioral issues you're dealing with.
Why is that?
Because you don't have a rubber band on your hand at this point. This one's so hard. Zoot, what's your secret? I thought you were gonna do some secret move.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, you ready? When the race one actually fucking helps you because you make your opposite moon and the race one actually helps you with your I feel like that's just a good way to die. Yeah. That can help you.
What did you say?
I feel like there's some strategic way where you can die in this game where it helps you.
Perhaps.
But that was not the strategic way to die just then. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
this is the hardest one.
What is the hardest one?
You know what I'm talking about. The
Nope.
star.
No, the circle one's so hard.
The star. You mean the star?
No, the circle. Oh man. Dude, there's one. I've never seen this before. It's so hard. Dude, I'm on one. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do it.
Is it a lot of fun?
Yeah, maybe. Dude, you're never going to get it either. I can't even get past the first part of it.
Alright, we're going again. Do the same one again. Do it again.
Dude, there's one part that I don't think either of us will ever get. It's so hard. Are you ready?
Yep.
Have you ever beaten me at this? I don't think so.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how many tops and neurotypes are there that haven't been researched yet?
How would we know?
I don't know. Well, it's kind of like humans kind of just make up different types of neurotypes.
Yeah, that's true.
But really, you could be put into any neurotype. Like anyone.
Yeah, I'd be in the sexy
Doesn't
one.
mean
Sexy one with a big dick and hilarious.
autistic. Your favorite type of okay. Rabbi, do you think you're gonna beat the last level?
If it's the same one as they had the last time, no, absolutely not.
How hard is it?
I didn't even make it past the first part. I think it's 4 deep.
Fuck. You're right, the circle is the most important part. Rabbi, how do you get past the circle?
I just timing.
Am I rushing? What the fuck? Do you go far? On the circles, you go fast, right?
I bet this game is really good for hand-eye coordination.
Well, my hand-eye coordination sucks.
Like, this might be the best game for hand-eye coordination of all of the games that they have on here.
Not mini golf?
No.
Mini golf would be close, though. What about pole?
No. It doesn't have the speed aspect.
What about... It's also good for ADHD because you can't be too impulsive. Okay. Rabbi, are you on the impossible one?
No, not yet.
When are you going in the impossible one? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
can I ask you something?
Go for it, big dog. Dude, I got into like an impossible one again.
I don't think it's impossible. we're doing it until one of us dates it. Let's go.
Okay. Zoot, next time you come in here, what's going to be on your arm?
Clothes?
No.
Now we're in bed.
You got it. You're going to have to go to the store then, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's going to be the thing that helps you. And then eventually you're going to overcome it, and then you're not going to need it anymore. You're going to have normal relationships with people. I don't think I did a hard one. I didn't do the hard one. I think I just did whatever. So we have to do the hard one.
Yeah, okay. I'll be back. I'm going to be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
You're never coming back, are you?
Of considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual, who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jews. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The documents can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China. It was a long route. Many of them would have settled in places like Taifeng. According to Taifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Taifeng Jewry, that is documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which We have several stela, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates. Many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, used the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look at the fourth list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, the word Moshe, which is right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e., he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use this term Jew, they sometimes use the term Israelite, but they were called Xiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that is described in sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show its symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. Acts of idolatry in Jewish tradition, very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, Yiddish cop, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of this particular brick, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element, and then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors. And, there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrews, that's a very, very traditional thing. We look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did, remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora. They were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews, Taiping and elsewhere, worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic, worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. And in fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? Oh yeah, right. Got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in the genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that is a sad point in many ways, but the
dog.
of course fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe. And in fact, one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar.
Did you know you have the lead?
Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are
I haven't, so I don't know.
To Western Torahs.
I've never lost you. I've never lost you in this game.
You know, the letter vav overused. That's the word and or but. And these confusions of aleph and ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering
need to get a rubber band
to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four different types of population that inhabited the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Saqqara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arabic historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seem to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But at any rate, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language, in the Vatellutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogenous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kinds of things. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like and represent. Interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background with that distinct clock tower is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the B'nai Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these B'nai Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of the world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah,
reduce
to
the
move to
amount of
Israel.
nicotine you have in
I'm
your
not
vape
going to discuss
until it's
20th
at
century
zero.
issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status, associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. That's a good move.
Okay. On the floor.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like
Reload.
the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected
Reload.
to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to
You have an
emphasize
invitation.
today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic
Zoot,
diaspora,
you
but just to get a
have
little bit of a
an
better sense of where did the Sephardians go, and
Zoot,
just a hint of
you
how
have
they were
an
such a disruptive element
invitation.
and pushed Jewish history into an entirely
Zoot.
new direction, the modern
Zoot.
period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago.
Zoot.
So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we
Zoot.
talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term
Zoot.
Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means
Are you going to
basically
accept
people
it?
from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain.
All right.
It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula.
Zoot, you have an
Although
invitation.
there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles
5 days
were
left
typically
until what?
not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they
Zoot.
left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities
You're
that
fucked.
continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who consider themselves to be at heart and in their core identities clearly Jewish. Obviously,
No,
there's
it's
a
not. It's
spectrum
the
of
best.
them who embrace
It's the best to have
Christianity,
the
but
fire.
they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity.
Yeah, but then it's
their
even more
neighbors,
fire.
sometimes even from their own children until they reach adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even
That's
enter
the way
the
a
church.
smart person.
It's
That's
fascinating
the way a
and
smart person
unusual
would look
history.
at
So
it.
Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut and Mizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish.
Remember
Another
things
interesting kind of
longer?
example where you might see this is, for example, there are
I don't know.
there are
I mean,
significant populations of
it's not like you have like the greatest long-term memory ever.
So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazic. So it's possible
do your best to work on short-term activities to
accumulating
improve your mental
identities that
capacity.
they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on their indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad.
Yeah.
Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the
I know what you're saying, their whole phone number.
It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century, from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel. And in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact that's what it would be called at this point, although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. And this is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the... Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, although because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say
next
about
year
Amsterdam.
Is not a leap year.
We won't talk about it today.
So it'd be 364.
Save that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. Now, what happened in Tzfat was, it's rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal, and over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Sfat. The great Moshe Alshich,
If you do, you'll get banned.
commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Talmud Devorah, other great
If
classics.
you ask anybody about me now, especially since I've been spamming people like crazy this week, everyone will ban you.
The great Arizal, who was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt.
Because I've improved my bots, and they're just like extremely annoying.
Period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with,
for sure,
the availability of much cheaper.
Oh, I made a mistake.
The printing press.
I made a big mistake.
Just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that afflicted the region. There was earthquakes that afflicted Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s. But nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of these Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove
Why do you think you made a mistake,
and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant.
Yeah.
That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Sfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then
that
later
move
converted
saved
to a
you on
mosque
this
by
game.
the Muslim invaders.
You were going to lose if you didn't make that
from the
move.
19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number
I
of
don't
Jews
really have any
settling
good
there,
moves.
primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans.
It's
Here's
over.
a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman. In the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel. And a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe,
you have an
Italy was one of the
invitation.
most important destinations of the Sephardic
Electric
exiles,
one.
and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel.
What are you going to do, son?
Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme. And it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and folds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the calf, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically Ancona was a deeper sort of at the back of the calf. You see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews
what are you going to do, son?
Went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would forcibly convert to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism.
What up, baby?
And ultimately, he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was, not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Guinness Absurdum, which was a papal bull that essentially said it is so absurd.
That's true. It's Miss Aquarius, not Aquarius.
That was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith.
I don't know.
This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona.
That wasn't a code
killed 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque, she called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very
And all
first
of the
time,
code that I talked
since
about
they
knowing,
lost their homeland
I barely know it
1,500
now.
years earlier,
And I
she
didn't
was
even
saying
know it
they
that
should
well then.
internationally
That's not what
organize
I do.
to
I'm a
exert
developer,
their
but
collective pressure
technically I'm a project
on the
management
church
professional.
to abandon.
And what I'm going to do
these
right now is
anti-Semitic
evolve this guy,
policies. Amazing, audacious,
just in case you weren't
outstanding.
aware.
And
He's
by the
gonna
way,
be
this
super
is a
powerful.
very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So,
Oh, look at you, Zoot. That's a big
unfortunately
upgrade.
for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman
Are
Empire.
you proud of
She
that?
was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravanel, from the famous Abravanel family
Zoot.
that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was
Yeah, I know
from
it
the
is.
Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravanel was from the Sephardic, the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also
What
not
up,
a picture,
pimp? How are you?
actually, of Benvenida Abravanel. It is
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm just getting back at the book. What about you?
Just playing the game against my friend
Fuck.
Zoot.
That didn't work out like you thought it did, though.
It's good.
Oh, is it?
Hey, who's this? Who? Who's that?
Nice, babe.
We're in Australia.
Babe.
Yeah.
In the hood.
What part?
In the hood.
Did you sleep? Where's this? That was a weird introduction.
Word, dog.
He just distracted me and gave, like, yeah. I bet he was from, like, Sydney or something.
I don't know. All I know is that
You're in Orange County.
word, Zoot. Zoot, your ticks are really hard today, aren't they?
Yep.
It's okay, buddy. You need to get that rubber band, and you'll be okay. But you need the rubber band. It'll be a reminder to you. It'll help you because you need help.
What if I don't have that?
You absolutely do.
How do you know?
Because normal people don't act the way that you act.
Okay. Do you feel like if a psychologist was in here, what do you think they'll diagnose me with?
Tourette's?
Is that it?
Perhaps. Oh, Zoot, that's a big one. Zoot, you might win. Dude, and you got the four thing? Zoot.
No. Yeah, you won. You won. Yeah, one more. I really want to beat you about the healer.
You want me to play without the healer?
No, I gotta beat you. I gotta beat you without me having a healer. Do you think the healer is like...
The healer's the best. The healer's the best guy in the game that we play.
Oh, but there's so many DLC characters that could kick ass.
I know, but just the way that we play. Dude, are you going to confirm?
I kind of wonder what these DLC characters do.
Dude, Zoot, it's over for you. This is my best level.
I got 5 HP.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that really helps. It should make more than 5 HP if the board's set up like this.
I think it's... I would rather go second.
Depends on how the board's set up.
I know. The question that I have for you is, do you think that was a good move? Oh, dog.
No.
This is a serious...
Do I think it was a good move? No. But do I think that the board has been set up in my favor? No, it's been set up in your favor.
Word, dog. You're up, pimp. That was a mistake. Extra move.
Really?
Yeah.
So, if it was
Another,
a mistake, why did I get hit?
I mean, that's nothing. I'm not worried about it.
Like, yeah, the stake would be to give you the bread, but I need the bread as well. So this makes life really hard. But I think the best move I can make is this.
Incorrect. It would have been to get this green here and take away my extra move. Because then...
I'll see the move that you can do right now. You got real lucky.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
The best move that I can make right now. You ever had
That was a mistake. Why wouldn't you get the red?
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
How long did it be before we can scan people's brains and then find out their weaknesses, their strengths, and find out like their true IQ and what they're good at and what they're weak at?
Perhaps we can already do that, big dog.
I don't think we can.
Okay, well, you keep thinking what you want to think, and that's cool. I'm going to keep whooping your ass.
Are you saying that there's places out there that if you pay enough money, you can go and do that?
Perhaps intelligence agencies can do that.
Really?
Word, dog.
Where are they?
The CIA, MI5, MI6.
Wouldn't that make study pointless?
Perhaps.
Well, not study, for education.
We might be able to do mind upload and mind download soon enough. Oh, Zoot, that was really good.
Why would you want to do that? Just download it from over.
Correct.
What if you put a virus in? What if you put a virus inside my brain? Take over my brain.
That could be a thing.
That would make a good fucking movie. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
let's make a movie like that, right?
Okay, big dog.
In the future, it's like they're uploading and downloading information, educational information, and there's viruses inside there. That would be a fucking phenomenal movie.
Zoot. It's over for you, son.
Would you watch that movie?
Perhaps.
You know, Face Off is nearly 30 years old.
I could see that. What do you want to play next? Darts.
Yep.
It's relative. In the history of the universe, no. But in the history of a 5-year-old, yes.
And what?
In the history of a 5-year-old, like a 5-year-old child. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Get a 999. Get a 11.
So what you're saying, if I was 130 years old?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends.
I mean, there's a lot that happened.
We're done. That's a 7. That's a 19. That's a 20. Are you happy with that?
I don't know. I'm nearly 30 and I fucking hate it.
You talk about it all the time.
I mean, how did you feel when you were about to turn 40 or 29?
I embraced it. It was the best of both worlds. I could fuck chicks in their 20s or chicks in their 40s.
Yeah, that wasn't like that.
No, it rules.
I'm gonna
All right, pimp. Let's see it. You just busted, son. And I just checked out. Dude, do you remember when you were better at me than this game?
I think this is the best game for hand-eye coordination, to be honest.
You were better than I was at this game?
Alright, you ready for me to win?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it off. The triple 20, the 20 in the 1. There we go, the 20.
Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? And now you fucking get your ass smoked in it?
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. What were you done? What were you saying?
Zoo, do you remember when you used to smoke me at this game, but now I'm better at it than you are?
What were you saying?
I'm better at this game than you are. Do you need me to fucking say it again? I am better at this game than you are.
Just play again.
Zoo, you've been smoked 3 games in a row.
You know, I've only won 2 games on this account.
I know.
Do you know how bad that is?
You used to be really good.
Well, on this account, I swear.
Word, dog. Oh, dude, triple 25 or double 25. Double 25. Get it, Zoo. Perfect game.
Yes!
You did it.
Yes!
Good job, dude. Are you ready to play me 501 Pro Double Out?
You realize I used to be possible.
That was really good, dog.
You know that's not the best way you can win.
It's very good.
Would you say it's a 10?
Yeah, that's a 10. Zoo, what are your thoughts? I've done back-to-back hundreds. Oh, Zoo, you got 100. Zoo, you've gotten 100. You got 100. How you gonna do? That's a 20. That's a 1. That 20 that 1 was a big miss. At what are you laughing, Zoo? Zoo, at what are you laughing, son? Zoo, that was really good. Dude, Zoo. Dude, I just busted. I'm not good at the Pro Double Out. Dude, are you proud of that? $25, Zoo.
Special interests.
Dude, that was good. Zoo, I just Pro Double Outed. You need a 5, Zoo. Get it. Double 5. Oh, get it. No. No. You busted. Alright, I'm now going to send you an invitation to basketball. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Zoot, are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to accept it? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog. That's a swish. You started with a swish, dude. You started with a swish. You started with a swish. Are you proud of Are you proud of 5 points?
I've seen people, so I've paid for agreement people, and I've seen them score like 23 on the first game.
That's crazy. Is like everything a swish?
They got 23, so they only have one miss.
Did they get like everything with the swish?
Pretty much.
Like they got 11 swishes and one regular.
I can't remember. I think they got a miss. They just flipped the thing really fast.
I don't even know how they'd be able to do that. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but they need a bot or something.
Oh my god. Remember when you were better than sorry, remember when you were better at this than me?
Let's see what you've got, Zoot.
Sometimes I say words backwards.
Do you have dyslexia as well?
Is that what dyslexia is?
That's where you see letters backwards and stuff.
I write backwards sometimes. That's like more ADHD because I'm in a rush.
You mean you had all these tests done? They didn't test you for dyslexia?
No.
We tied.
Why would they test me for dyslexia?
Because it's a good thing.
How do you know you have dyslexia?
They test you. It's just like you see letters strangely. Okay.
I don't see letters strangely.
Or backwards.
I don't see letters backwards. I just spelled it backwards.
Okay, do you know that you have an invitation?
Yeah.
I think you're very good at this game. I think you may be better than Riser is. Riser's good at a lot of games, but this one for some reason causes him some issues.
Why?
I don't know.
You think it's a lack of attention?
It could be. I don't know.
Oh, you can win. You think I can win? I reckon I'm robust. What's your favorite show?
Maybe the crocodile.
I hate crocodile.
Maybe the kangaroo.
That's what. I don't trust that. There might have been kangaroo, but I thought so. There were other kangaroos that were really different. So I thought about that.
Good job, Zoot, with that game.
Fine.
You did really well.
I don't like it. You never play chess.
Yeah, I don't play chess with people. It takes too much out of me.
No, kangaroo never played.
What's that?
We never played war together.
Yeah, we played it on Discord, and it's more fun when you have a bunch of people. Did you know that you have an invitation? Have you ever beaten me at this game? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog.
What's reversing?
Zoot. Don't worry about reversing. Worry about accepting my invitation.
We're gonna do reversing next. Because we've never played reversing. What game do you think they should have to play though?
I'll answer you in a moment. I'm focused. What? I don't know. They have good games. You want to play Reversey? Okay, well, we have to learn how to play. Reversey is a two-player game played on a board with 64 squares arranged in 8 by 8 rows and columns. The game begins with 4 discs already placed on the board. A set of 64 identical pieces is shared by both players. Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. Object of the game. The object of Reversey is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. If both players have the same number of discs of the color. Okay, it should be pretty easy. Oh, placing pieces. Players are designated white and black at the start of the game. Beginning with black, each player in turn places one disc onto a vacant square on the board. Once placed, the disc never moves, though it may be flipped when captured so that it changes color. To place a disc, simply tap on the weak square. Move is legal if it captures one or more of the opponent's discs. You can see which moves are legal by the small opaque circles on the board. Capturing a disc or an unbroken line of disc of the same color is captured when it becomes flanked by opposite ends by 2 pieces, one of which must be the disc that was just placed on the board. For example, if the black player is about to place a black disc in the space with a yellow dot, doing so will capture the horizontal white discs to black, resulting in that captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. So captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of stairs, or diagonals. Oh, that's where rank and files are. Okay. Endgame. A player who cannot make a legal move loses his or her turn. The game continues until neither side can move. Usually this does not happen until the board is entirely filled. The player whose color is up on more of the discs at the end of the and at the end is the winner. You'll see the score next to each person's name. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, the game is a draw. Are you ready? All right, so you're up. It's Black's turn. Zoot, you're up.
I don't like this game already.
Dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Go. Zoot, go. There you go.
You should. Rabbi, you're right. You know what?
You're up, Zoot. Is there a timer in this game? What the fuck, Zoot?
What the fuck?
You're up, pimp.
How'd you do that?
Because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
How did you do that?
We're tied. What the fuck, dude?
What the?
We're still tied. We're still tied, and this game is amazing.
What?
It's fun. Or maybe it sucks. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Zoot, let's see what happens.
You talked about win, I'm gonna say.
Alright, well then just fucking win. It's your turn.
Maybe I must have won at this game.
Yo, pimp.
Will I find something wrong with something?
Maybe.
What do you think that is?
Maybe it's reversed if you focus.
I'm getting fucking my house kicked.
Yeah, but you just made it all back up.
I get why people reverse the nails. Like, it could look like you're getting fucked, and then you can do something like that.
Word, dog. What the fuck, Zoot?
You know what the fuck? Oh, I can't go there with you up. It's really annoying. That was a really bad move. That was a really, really bad move. That was an okay move. That was bad. That was really bad.
Whoa.
And you can't steal that now. Wait, how did you do that?
It can work
Oh,
like...
you're in trouble.
Let's see it, dog.
I don't get it. Can I come back?
Dude, you're doing really well.
No, I'm fucked. Wow.
Alright, well, you're up, though. What the fuck was that? Oh, look at that move, Zoot.
Yeah, but you won.
Not necessarily.
How you know? Look at the board.
It's not over.
Holy shit. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, Robin.
Are you sure about that, Zoot?
Look at this. Oh, it was close.
It was close. Let's play again.
I don't know how to play that game.
Okay, well, you'll figure it out.
Do you know how to play?
A little bit.
I just thought that was the best strategy.
All right, well, the best strategy usually when you're playing any game is to win.
That's good.
You almost won that last game.
That was bad. But yeah,
That was really good. Really good move. This is a great game. Oh, wow. Dog.
I just want a bit of a dog. I just want criteria. I had this.
Zoot, big dog. I'm beating you by one. Yeah, dog. This is a fun game.
Why did we never play it?
No one knows. None of our friend group knows how to play it, or knew how to play it, but now we know.
We play every fucking game. Like we the one of the number one game in the world that everyone plays, and no one's fucking played it.
Dog.
Whatever that game was called.
One call. Yeah, that's right. Dog. We played mini golf. That's all we played for like 9 months.
Don't put Admiral game. Yeah, after that. Actually, I got an idea.
What's that, Zoot?
Go to ChatGPT and ask them what's up that later and we'll play games over there and we'll play every single one.
Okay.
What if there's a better active fighter out there?
Okay, well then find it.
Chat GPT will find it.
I've got to say, Plato's extremely smooth, and it has a lot. It doesn't crash a lot. It's a great app.
For you, maybe.
At least on iOS, it's very reliable.
Fuck. I'm playing terrible right now. I don't think there's anyone on the wing. I think that you got it. You can go for that top row. No way of me winning. You can on the board you have right now?
Yep. I'm starting to learn strategies.
You have all the corners.
I'm starting to learn strategies. I only have half the corners.
Oh shit. Shit, you're gonna take out the one. Well, not strategy. Why did you do that?
Because I'm amazing and sexy.
What am I doing? How did you do that?
Just being amazing.
How did it can work? Rabbi, I'm not. You're gone. 10 minutes.
Don't resign. Again, this game is fun as fuck.
Go again.
Word, dog. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
I'm trying to figure out how to play, but I think I figured it out.
Okay, well then go.
There we go. Is that a good man?
It's okay.
I don't think I'll move it. But I think I'll move it. Terrible move. Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
I'm playing terrible. Oh, we're tied. Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
What the fuck? Okay, I came back. We're tied. What the hell?
This is an amazing game.
How did you do that?
Because I'm sexy and I've got a big cock. What do you want me to do about it?
The first one in front of me. Is there any way I can come back?
Maybe.
Rabbi, right? No way, you really got it. Rabbi, I kind of want to just like stop doing this. This is bad.
What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
Is this how bad Roger is at chemical?
Maybe.
How bad is Roger at chemical?
He's worse than you are. You're a lot better than he is.
But how bad?
I mean, he doesn't win as often as I would think he would. It's kind of like an obvious game, but out of nowhere, it'll be like a win. It'll be like, how did that happen? Just take him, just shock him. Oh, what a move, Zoot.
Are you intelligent?
Smartest motherfucker on earth.
You think I'm intelligent?
I think you need some work.
What do you think that?
You need a rubber band. We drew. Zoot. We tied.
How?
You tied me.
Oh, it doesn't count as a win.
No. Good job,
It
Zoot.
should.
Okay.
How did you tie? Like, you had such a big leg. How did you tie?
Because in reverse, it's like the whole thing can reverse.
Do you think you technically well again?
I don't really know. It's like, even if you think that the game is over for the other guy, you can come back and win.
Fuck. I think I know how to go do that.
Let's see it.
No line to that.
Don't give up. Did you resign?
I gotta go.
Bye, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to get?
So,
What are you going to get? That's right.
I'll be back. I'll be back later.
Okay, Pimp, take care. I hope you have a better day.
A portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy, in Pesaro, it was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, the Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I would love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to say that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself. You can see here's a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus that graces the Statue of Liberty was, of course, written by a Sephardic Jew, Anna Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it was part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later years. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss it further detail. Thank you for that.
It could be 200 years before. Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is some truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized it and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just on a lot of descendants, we know mostly who they are for many generations.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yoridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, that was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but, basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah. And this goes right up into the 3rd century, early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like Saim. Then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones, and they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim, but that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halakhic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's an interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. When I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim. The Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast, even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage. The language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of Dick, more prolix, they tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, But those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case. And they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same author, is considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life. Population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion as a child. He wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing like Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in halakha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Chanukiah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule. So they cut out the women for those reasons. There are other little things that are added in there. Race was not in the original.
In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and courses. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual, literary, religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion. In fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that evil reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still
Welcome.
largely denuded
Can you hear me?
of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban,
Yo.
Maimonides,
What's up,
arrived
Bigfoot
in
Jones?
the late 13th century.
How you living,
and
Pam? Long time no
began
see.
to revive the very, very tiny community that was there, and so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Safat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity but of the Ottoman Empire activity. Here you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what they felt, what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Sfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Sfat for business purposes, and then related
Yo,
to
Pimp,
that,
how are
there
you?
was an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Sfat because of the large number of graves
Kicking ass, taking
from
names.
the Mishnah,
How have you been?
especially the early Talmud period, that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit.
What's new?
So this is in the 1500s.
Yeah, Doug, go ahead.
How are you, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in the hood?
Not too much. Been away, was out of Sydney for quite a while, and just thought I'd drop in and see how you go, man.
Same old, same old. I have been spamming people on Kick and seen a lot of growth in the Discord. We've had like 50 new people join in the last week, so that's really great.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And how about you in your personal life?
Oh, I'm doing well, thankfully. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How about you?
Not too bad, man. To be honest, it's actually not that interesting, but whatever.
Have you been?
I went out to for a funeral way out west last week.
Like Perth?
We're basically from Australia.
You were in Perth?
No, I mean sort of the east coast of Australia.
I know, but didn't you just say you went way out west?
Oh, sorry. So we're west into sort of country New South Wales.
Oh, okay, I got you.
State in,
Yeah, no, I get you.
So I mean, sort of dairy country, sort of. Yeah.
Did you see any cows?
Quite beautiful. Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Did you see any cows?
Well, heaps. It's all dairy country. So outside of my family are all dairy farmers. So it's like a very sort of lush rolling hills, with sort of deep gullies, and they all it's all cows everywhere. Yeah.
Very well. Would you remind me, Bigfoot Jones, how'd you find out about me?
I found out about you through what's his name, Bernard Goldsmith.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, absolutely. Have you been on Twitter recently?
I've been a couple of times, but not for a few weeks.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Nothing. I'll just go up to my mum's place and see how she's look after her for the weekend.
Are you gonna slang dick like it's going out of style when you see some chicks?
Well, not at the moment. That's complicated.
Okay, are you on the dating apps?
So basically, taking a break from that until I get over my health problems.
Okay, what's your health problem? Too big of a dick?
Yeah. It's not a problem for me, that whole thing, but anyway, it's hard problems. But
Okay,
what
so
about you, man? Are you going to be slinging dick to any bitches?
oh, dog, all day, 24/7, 365. So many bitches I can't even count.
Yeah, right.
I get bitches who just DM me that they masturbate to me, so that's not too bad.
Oh, really?
Oh, tons
I
of
mean,
them.
that's amazing.
Word, dog.
Um, well, I don't think I've ever come on to Discord when you've not been in your on the camera. So how do how do the ladies come onto how do you meet ladies? I guess.
Oh yeah, sure. So I mean, I'm focused on streaming for right now, so I don't have any chicks in mind. But I get chicks who just come in here with their toys and just masturbate in front of me on camera, and I can't say that that's not a bad thing. Or I get girls who just want to text and have dirty sexting, which is cool. And then I get chicks who are like, "Can I masturbate to you?" And I'm like, "Do whatever the fuck you want." I mean, I'm not the
Wow.
I'm not the
Oh my god.
guardian. And then I get chicks who they get like obsessed, and they're like, "I cannot have sex with my spouse without thinking about you." And I'm like, "Okay, well,
Oh
whatever."
my god. You're kidding. No way.
Yeah, because it's known as mere exposure effect. The more that you expose yourself to someone over the course of time, the more they generally have a positive view of you, and their behavior your like starts to become influenced.
Okay. Yeah, right. Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
Word, dog. So yeah, at least
Okay.
in terms of chicks, I got to keep them off of the stick sometimes. I get a lot of guys, which I do my best to stay away from. But there are a lot of guys who become obsessed with me, and that kind of stuff. But that's not my thing. But girls, if they're 18 years old or older, then yeah, I don't mind to do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, how have you been? So I know that I found out about you by whatever falconry finance. Have you been expanding your sort of you've been getting more popular? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, dog, a lot. So I create robots on different platforms, and the one that how Bernard got a hold of me was my Blue Sky bot, and it tagged him, and he saw what I did. He came in here, he met me, and then he made that post about me, and that's how you and I met. Now, Blue Sky, you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Sky has like 38 million users, but and it's cool, it's growing, but I just became public enemy number one there because of all my spamming, to the point where the mods had to like redo their rules for me, and or not just for me, but for users. And I was doing really. I mean, like I could still spam it, but what ends up happening if I put the name Rabbi in the name of my account, it automatically gets banned. So anybody who puts the name Rabbi in their account name gets banned. Also, if you put the word Discord in your account name, it gets banned. So I'm like, those are two words that I use a lot, but they just recognize that I was just really just spamming the whole platform 24/7 with that. So
I mean, I think last time I came in, you said you were the most streamed person ever
in,
possibly in the history of the internet.
in global history, yeah, absolutely, that's true.
By the way, what time is it there?
It's about 5 a.m.
Okay, all right. Well, hey man, I kind of wanted just to drop in and say good day and see how you were doing, so forth.
Absolutely, my friend. I hope everything goes well with your mom and your health issues, and I hope you are able to focus on slinging dick soon and come by whenever you're bored. Bigfoot Jones, we'd love to have you, okay?
Hopefully, like I think like in maybe 6 months I'll be back to slinging dick, but I'm sort of I'm going through sort of a as I said, health problem, but it's nothing permanent, thankfully. Hopefully.
You're strong. You'll get through it. You'll be better than ever. 6 months, maybe less.
Yeah. All right, man. You take care now.
Excellent. Stay strong. If you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Big Dog?
Yeah, I'll pop in a couple of weeks. Who knows?
Absolutely. Love it. Take care, Pimp.
Have a good morning. See you, man.
You as well, buddy.
Bye.
It's around town on a curvy road that's a little too mundane for a six-figure car. But the speed, well, that's a different story. But when I was 20 and the Corvette CR1 just came out, I remember thinking to myself, why would anyone ever get a Ferrari anymore? Now that you can buy a Corvette with all this performance for half the price, but on paper it isn't really the same as real life. And in real life, this isn't really a Ferrari competitor. Is it worth $100,000? Not to me, but I have to admit, if you go on our trader and look at reviews, let's face it, things are starting to creep into the low 60s and high 50s. And in that territory, it's a whole different ballgame.
Hundreds, there is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they've been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And we should just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means to be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the verb lekabel, to receive, meaning in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period. And we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe de Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical appreciation of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is the tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here, inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sefirot. the term Sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word Saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere that we have in English, something which is, round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness, descending as it were from the Ein Sof, the infinite God, into the finite world in which we live. I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which architecture of the universe, as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keter means the crown, Chokmah Bina means wisdom, understanding, and you can translate these in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about, and to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient period. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you see that each of these different colors and symbols represents a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spherot that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just give you a sense of what it is that they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzvat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzvat. You can see at the top here, Rabbi Shlomo Alphabets, the author, among other things, of Lechad Dodi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ali would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tend to die very young. But at any rate, there are so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s, in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is. Specifically with regards to the question of why this evil is. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spheres are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sphirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah Ari, that everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in the rest of the universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, there's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, a great movie directed by Caesar Bidino. This is a picture of Joshua, as a biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations and exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews in Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including by Lucas in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit. You know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him Rabbi, not in the sense it's just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it's probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It was a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there are many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, that said, wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay. I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online, but in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Volunteered to go because there was the rule that they send two people from one family against their will. It was made in college. So I got to college, and I can't say, "Oh, I was drinking and having a party and not serious." No, first try I got to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was put on probation. I was kicked out of the school. My grades were so low. Overall, I didn't. So it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after I met her.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi, and what did he teach, and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. Print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities, and he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. One would see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon appears like this, because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickler Hamon, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, he should rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating, I think, in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activities. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. So let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great elation in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he would claim to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to the messianic era in the Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his, delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here, this is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, whereas they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But, there are prophetic teachings to say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most, tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with, the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Melnitsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this, kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. this idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dunmen. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife, Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she's got exactly the same hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunma, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and as engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see the Dunma actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunma. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Eibeshut, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yesharim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabbatai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
All the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And, I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
The words of the secret history, it's an instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Brishta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall. Columbus certainly cultivated a point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans, that is, setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of Dutch West Indies corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have a particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. We will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there are, faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially, irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Also, he said, I'll send a message to him to get troops. You have to tell the story of Jamka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one, people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his way brother, in a way loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnavi's Historical Atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retakes the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There are some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point. They have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially a kind of a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, selling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the frugality, they may be able to graduate to a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural wants, and they'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the Germans actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought, in America, was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Aviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, a very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
There was a problem. He resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. But now, Victor's younger brother, Belkatai, is on a raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to capture Burstaba. So,
hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about, what does this word emancipation actually mean? It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans, and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs, who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. So people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms, or the sort of insidious types of commerce, because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white, like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and in 19th century as well, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white. And more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that. But also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities the Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office. Some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free to persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed. That was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have the situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouge actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man, and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately, Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the ground on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tends to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate, they were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period, but they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilationability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint of what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, the fortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. And today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now obviously that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadlan, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more, contemporary ways of organizing themselves, and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership. And that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, the son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this at some kind of face value. And if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's that famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government was certainly not the architect of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and the few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from really interesting articles published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, Sekun Sorkan-Sakale, and Ekaterina Zhidovskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to, certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and, the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamak rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history, one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire, and Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonisten crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all. That is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could, in fact, become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. And what it's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that, in 1905, it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this, God willing, in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying, let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying, let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future, and by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism, that said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to the diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people, because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. That Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents, looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with Diaspora National. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian Empire, which turned out, not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well, God willing. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of doikai, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it dort, over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If you look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and Doakite, the most important party is the General Jewish Workers' Bund, the UND. That was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Pale of Settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the book. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? they're definitely very big in Doakite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. So they're really more existing within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important group, the Zionists, and there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, same year as the book, had the General World Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism, the general Zionism. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists, and they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be
did you get a rubber band
of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be in kibbutzim, collective farms.
Okay, well, I don't give a flying fuck. When you go, buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
A rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and draining the swamps.
Why are you mad?
That's kind of like the ideal of.
Someone make back your another fat kill token.
All right. So what? Are you gonna buy it?
No, the other one, the original one's fucking not take off.
No, that thing's dead. Are you ready for a game invite? Dude. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude.
That's it. You have no idea how to play this game.
Okay.
None of us really know how to play this game.
I think I do.
But I'm in the lead. Rabbi?
What up, pimp? Zoo. Zoot! Zoot, go!
Rabbi, you want?
Not yet.
And what are you still doing out? It's like 2 a.m.
No, it's like 6. It's like 7.
Or 6 a.m.
You ready? You're up, Zoot.
Yeah, I'm not playing this game again after this one.
Why?
It fucking sucks.
It's great.
None of us know how to play it.
I do, and I've beaten you every game.
That's not true.
Yeah, I have. I'm not. Oh, no, you're right. We tied one of them.
You think life is short?
That's a relative question. It's subjective.
You think it's long?
Depends. For a fly, it's long. For a tortoise, it's shorter.
Turtles live really long lives.
Word, dog.
What's the longest living animal?
They say that some lobsters don't really die if they're not hunted, so they might live indefinitely.
Lobsters?
Yeah. But traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise. Yeah, but traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise.
Why do you think turtles have such a long lifespan?
They have a protective shelter to protect them from predators. Also, they live in areas many times where they don't have natural predators. Like they'll live on an island.
Who can keep dog claims?
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot!
There's a clan that's lived for 500 years.
Okay, good. Zoot. They're like 2,000-year-old trees. He was a lot older than that.
You think there's plants that have consciousnesses?
What?
You think plants can think? You think they have a conscience?
Yeah, I kind of do. Especially like carnivorous plants like Venus flytrap.
I just noticed that, like, it's kind of weird when you see, like, tree dying and then all the trees next to it start dying.
Whoa, you made a comeback.
But have you ever seen, like, trees die and then all the trees next to it just all of a sudden start dying? Like, even if it's, like, been raining.
Fuck.
Have you noticed that?
Okay.
I didn't. Oh, you made the comeback. I had something too late. I was a little distracted thinking about tree.
Okay. Oh, Zoot, you took the lead.
Anything possible now?
Zoot. Oh, how didn't you win?
Just fucked up.
No, this is second hardest. This is standard. Zoot, how didn't you win?
Fucked up. Let's go to park.
Wow, any time you were gonna beat me, it was that one.
Let's go for it. I'm gonna beat you in park.
You're not gonna beat shit.
I'm gonna finish park.
And this
No, you
movement is primarily
Just a moment, it's gotta
responsible for
load.
the core of the Labour Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line, and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. that leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held
what the average human
religious
does, or
values,
7,
and
maybe
traditional
as many as
Judaism
200.
was sacred to them,
Like
and they did
telephone
not
numbers?
want to, abandon
Or like
its dictates.
numbers in a
So
row.
the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi.
Like
These
10.
are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook.
I know somebody who likes to remember
who lived in Israel
birth
and
dates,
was a
like,
very profound Zionist, although he was
just
not
incredibly
specifically
well. Like,
politically motivated.
if you
He
tell
didn't
me a
lead the
birthday
party or
once,
anything
they'll
like that,
just
but he
remember
was
it,
kind of like the
and they'll know
ideological founder
all the famous
of
people's
many of the
birthdays
ideas
were
that
that.
were encapsulated
They
in
knew all the
Israel.
presidents'
And then
birthdays,
finally, and
all
I'm
the
actually
queen
saying
and king's
finally for real right
birthdays,
now,
all that shit.
we also have those traditionalist Jews, the new traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And
Now, why?
furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace
What
religion.
public holiday?
So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyum Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to
Is it the
participate in
King's
myself.
Day or whatever?
Give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud. 2,711
What is it, Martin
folios
Luther King Day?
that over the course of a 7-year cycle,
But that changes
students
every
of
year.
the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion
Not
of another
this year,
cycle
but it changes every
that
year.
was held all over the world. This happens to be a meeting at the Life Stadium. I was actually present.
No, nobody knows that.
Particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need? What do
No,
kollel
nobody in the
families
United
need?
States knows
And
that.
they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Alav Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if
like
you haven't
50% of
subscribed yet,
businesses do.
please do. It's really
Like
nice
banks
to
and
see
stuff
that
do.
lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you
Some
don't want
schools
to
do.
miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures and live events, things like that. But I'm really
Winter
happy
break.
that you're with me for this
there's a
video,
winter break.
and I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks very much for watching.
No, it's usually like 3 weeks. Yeah. Now, like, businesses don't get that much up, but schools do.
So you have summer break plus spring month, and then you have the winter break.
Hello and welcome
Usually.
to another episode of
And there's
Jewish
a
History
spring
Lab.
break,
Today we're going to begin
and a lot of times there's a fall break.
discussing the Holocaust, one of
A
the
week.
most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish
Dude, this last one,
people. Please note
I've never seen it before. I just finished.
that this information is intended for educational content only. I will only be speaking very briefly about the Holocaust within the context of this series. But if you are
it was
curious
like
and are
4
motivated
things
to learn
thick
more, I have an entire
at an
online
angle.
course
It was
which
super
is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust. and it is free and open to the community. Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from, and why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II. It was such a tremendum, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, which was coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genos, meaning people, or class in the sense of a class of family, or suicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful and, of course, has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people, such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, starring Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot, and others. But still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I mean, these are very problematic terms. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, which means destruction. And that term Korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and in the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term Korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think, are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regards to their destruction of this population of people. And there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann
we're on the
Göring
same
from
one.
the Nuremberg trials, and
This one's hard.
he used terms like this, an end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless, it is the the term that has become most popular in the English language, and so therefore we will use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, they're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from without. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when you get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews, who are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races. And once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Die Sünde wider das Blut, ein Zeitroman. The Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher who became a propagandist. This is a book for children called Der Giftpilz, the poison toadstool, right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of theme that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe. Or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly lice-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath there. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby.
You have an
a
invitation.
chilling image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art. A rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact, he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of white supremacist thought right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. And he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see and by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian, and Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, and they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s, but he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33%, with a lot of dirty tricks. But ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time. Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education, taint of Jewish blood.
No way.
Jews were removed from civil service, from the courts. A whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there were it was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who would actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching.
That was the best movie ever made.
Yeah, because I'm amazing.
Right, that move.
Sucks.
What about this move?
The war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltics on either side and to divide it between them. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that the Jews experienced under Soviets. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltics in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was primarily through these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones in Germany. But it didn't seem clear that the Nazis really had a solid plan for what they were going to do with the Jews of Eastern Europe. While the Nazis had planned in advance their military advance in Poland, it does not seem that they had clearly thought out what they were going to do with the Jewish population, more than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seemed clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east. And so they created this section called the General Government, here shown in Polish. And it's the green area. It was expanded after 1941 to include the Galicia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There were actually many voices that suggested that ghettos were not a good idea, that it would increase disease, that it would allow for greater possibilities of resistance, and so on. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region that the Nazis had conquered. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves at Nazi orders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews could simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population, which would frequently denounce them, blackmailing them for funds and often they were at severe risk of being murdered by Nazi soldiers. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came into the regions that they took over, they frequently went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war, and they would go to essentially the president of the Kehillah or the Federation, to use a modern term, and they would say, "All right,
What do you want me to do, baby?
we would like the following things from the community now: a list of names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and any valuables and so on." And typically, the leaders of the Kehillah, the local Jewish elected leaders, would refuse, and they would be shot on the spot. The Nazis would then turn to a second generation, like vice presidents and treasurers,
Yo, big dog.
and put the same demands to them. If they refused, they would also be shot, and at some point, they would eventually get a local Jewish leadership, which they called the Judenrat, or the Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like the go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population, right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those Judenrat leaders were really quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. Adam Cherniaku, shown here, who was the leader of the Judenrat in Warsaw, he left behind a diary in which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son, who was missing, and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly compressing fist that the Nazis held around the Jewish population, and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing cyanide. Other Judenrat leaders, such as Chaim Rumkowski, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves at the cost of the suffering of the larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Litzmannstadt ghetto by Rumkowski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist, messianic-like figure who was frequently derided in the local population as King Chaim, for the way in which he lorded over the population. And it seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in Wood, which was run by Rumkowski, it seemed that the model was productionist, meaning that there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort. And Wood was a major textile center, and Jews there were put to work forms for Nazi soldiers and linings and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jews of Wood, and somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Cherniaku was active, seemed to be attritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto was simply to have the Jews starve to death. And very few provisions were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or of typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle in goods from outside the walls. Order was maintained, or Jewish police, who were set up by the Judenrat and were hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that of starvation and privation, mass death. But there were also some heroic internal activities, such as in Warsaw, the creation of underground medical schools and theatrical performances and lending libraries. Really an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and
Yes, sir.
return the semblance of normalcy to their existence, even under these unimaginable conditions. There was also, unfortunately, a very active black market, and even things like nightclubs and so on. A tremendous amount of gambling, prostitution, and organized crime happening in the ghetto, as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos,
I can't
whether
I
they're
can't do what I want to
productionists,
do.
nutritionists, whether they strove to, meet
No.
the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis.
Oh,
I
an
should
extra
say,
move?
or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto Resistance. The uprising occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of it was largely emptied of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a small remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, fight against the Nazis. On the other hand, there are other ways of not necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Shapiro,
What a comeback.
known as the Eish Kodesh, a rabbi
What a comeback,
who
dude.
was active throughout the entire
What a
period
comeback.
of organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews to hear Hasidic philosophy and giving Jews strength in these unimaginable conditions.
I'm good,
In
baby.
1942,
All right,
however,
dude.
the
I gotta
Nazis
get some
moved
sleep,
to a
big dog.
phase of the murder process.
Come back tonight.
To involve the death camps. It's to that we will turn next in this series. Thank you very much for watching.
Peace, big dog.
Exactly where it happened and what
Come back tonight.
that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Holocaust. And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was in 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply, death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the General Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, the Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth. Even their hair was taken from them, and then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps. Even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable, but those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
It's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold as it comes up, but it's always fresh. Always fresh. So you have the wind come in. You have the smell of the wind. Also, then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't
always know if it's not grass, it's dust. Yeah, dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to a place like the Sea Lake River, where we talk about the Market Lift, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dala, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. To learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it along the way.
But then, if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We'll talk about their relationship with the horse and thinking about this open steppe from a young age. They've been, all Mongols were trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. They learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets with horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor removed because that was insulting. I said the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting or anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the gold tool out of the horse hair on their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You can teach me some words. Really, I teach you the words. They said, what color is that horse? I said, brown. They would say, brown. I said, yes. Okay, what color is that horse? Brown. And they said, well, you said this color was brown. What color is this? I said, what? It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is, the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown, or how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with it's like whipping in that they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know if someone executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the 4 directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Some things puzzled me that in my watching. I remember one day we was a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were under gelding with bee stallions. You don't get the bee stallions, but one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only one or two girls, probably 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins to his horse, but he couldn't remount. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. They came into the care and they sat down. And the mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for NADA, annual races, like this boy had been doing. He was off in an area right close to the forest and mountain area, and the horse bolted, came off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was a summertime, the nights could be quite cold, especially on the mountain. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. But he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the lake. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Colan, and he tells this story about mental toughness. That the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers that would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often at that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created
one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have to time. And just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. There's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also, I read, used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to, not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. There was the age limit or the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability then is shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around. There are foxes and other things. In some areas there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's, to this day, that's what they say for human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. When the army becomes the super
organized it, on how he used it, and the strategies that he put together. Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world. It would fit in a stadium today in America. So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right? All cavalry. What's all cavalry? He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, it was added much later. But no, all cavalry. And so there's light cavalry, heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that we utilize, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you do this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well? I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people who Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a peaceful relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people. Herders or hunters, very common. And they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him. Never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could mark them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you have to go to the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things. Complete self-reliance in that regard. Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Autumn, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings. And then in the middle was the like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base for the steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tangan territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. Walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time in your life seeing a wall.
Yes.
When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangan city. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all like, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about, technology. I don't understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way, and he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, is it just feeds on itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and more creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horseman would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is later upon the death of a Buddha. The word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move with such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling movements. And then also, one of the other famous things is the feigned retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shinigami, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting down against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected in many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from some place and valuables around. And the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, like from behind the 2 hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic works. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow, you want to run.
you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability, the high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the feigned retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction that was the surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking yet, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So the psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known. But to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before. But now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to them. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first. As a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle violating his law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued were all of the artisans, everybody who had skill. And that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. And many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And also, forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East and what we call around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson who he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. And did not tell him that he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, "You have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more." And the father no one was allowed to moan, no one was allowed to cry, no one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and that slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and the betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States has certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. And it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam. He fought in that war. And he fought in Korea. But he was a good American. There's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. Especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. War is how that sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. And then World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist, but I am trying to be a realist that all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? And they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans, and I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life. Even with ourselves, for example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms pushed together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine and Kiev. And they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now. And they began the process of the unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true and true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians, and then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Chandra clan, they're descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about. The ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest of the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime when describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty.
Steve Madden.
Yeah. Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated? No, it's what comes afterwards. It's just the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born. The story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation, 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities. So the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture. There's all the different kinds of peoples that came from this stuff.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. They are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two rules for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered. Yes, there were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace, we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party. And we're really for the people. And what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision here. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, that are able to capture the public imagination, define vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things.
It's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. If we can look at some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. For religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians were reasonable. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who live in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we had mentioned before, the Naiman king, Kalyan Khan. His son Kuchlu had fled. No good, worthless Kerwa son. But Kuchlu had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian. The Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them. So they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kuchlu from power. Kuchlu went down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols said. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. Up to this point, it's been tribal one. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that for the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they were fighting over religion. And so he made the law. This was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement.
Yes.
That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. That religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's that is one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you can think of and every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities. After that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to come to him. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, more practical, political, sort of great thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power among Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not down to own the other. And Christians and Jews. And all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. It's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion a right. And unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? The Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expect all the tax-free rights. See, there was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all types. Since the Confucianists were not necessarily husband, but then of course eventually there was abused so much because the religions were then making everybody to donate property. You could still use it, you could still farm the land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money, got abused. But it started off as a good idea.
And genuine, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. So he never chose any religion except the one from which he came. I guess, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, we said after the death of Sheridan, his grandson, Bamiya, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, of famous Zhang from China, despised, but anyway, he came and with all of his magic formulas and things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures for these people, and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other and would never discuss anything. And suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, I would say. That's not the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Wakhan Khaldun. Wakhan Khaldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. So later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, should we invade these people? So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, the Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. Should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do you do? You have to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation on the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus for his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. Teger. And so, or Luchtinger in the case of the eternal sky, where they're talking about it in a religious term, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific over there, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from Mongolia. And in fact, as one of his grandson Mohan said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, throughout this conversation, it's just blowing my mind. The kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Just had the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power, because they create a more stable society, and there's less power struggles and all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongols, the different Mongols, and the Uyghur people, were administered by his daughters primarily. And then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water and also about not using water. That you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This last Kublai Khan was the one who changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and the movement of water things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader or them Chinese, the modern sense, or socialist or a feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. And in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan had Genghis Khan's son, the happy dog. But Genghis Khan's army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say. Subadai, the person who's up to that, was Genghis Khan, who was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a woman. Envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy.
Yes.
And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it or in any way,
Exactly.
and that sends a signal to everybody else. You send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world securely. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation, but in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. That's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we won't tolerate them, but they got to be more like them. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved some. And he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we've mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, or one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. The Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. It was just, and his grandson, or his son, Genghis Khan stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, we've got to stop paying more than people ask. And they said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, you know. And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see them, his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with them to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, there was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two guys. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange, explicit or implicit, along the way, exchange of ideas. That's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas. All of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. There was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. It belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so, and very suspicious of the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be like 5 cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduce it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, their occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so,
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve 2 major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. And so the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as for Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee Conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. The regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee Conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw, and then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth. Even their hair was taken from them, and then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
And he went with his father, on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So they had Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Well, Yakadai was a smart man. Our genius was smart. He already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on boats. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over on a floating cart. I'm going to ride a good skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Dai Viet cannot escape when we around the elephants. Well, the war battle got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that's sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's carts? It's just not, So they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Dai Viet forces got the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, their capital city, and they had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Hakadai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it in the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities are heavily fortified on the land side. This invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water, and so their city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They sent off to the Ilkhanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, we would say, cousins there. So they sent over engineers to build special concentration catapults. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had moved down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it the shape of this type of catapult.
Is this an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats?
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's cart. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on walls on the weak side,
yes,
where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, and now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. they're dissipated, and had child and imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but actually I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until there are no more. That was the phrase that was used with their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in, and because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests of who could sing or paint, or I don't know what the scholars do. They were being scholars, yes. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. They didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender out there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are based mainly right on the river, that'll ride along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can ride with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were more in. They were there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed in that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of samurai, right?
Yeah,
Japan.
samurai.
So there was never a real test of like
No, there
that.
was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way, where it's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. It was just crazy. It was crazy. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. And they're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was a no territory to them. And the weather did turn against them. But I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
Well, they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they could do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. And there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So that they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him Navy some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in then. Haji was in command, but actually the head in command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over command of the army, very well. You knew how to fight the war. Mayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Mayan is in command. And so the generals are discerning the south on right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join them. Mongols get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on the boat, and they're fleeing. They even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady, she had no children. Xie was her name, the Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you devote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Mayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Mayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no, I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there is no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick and took a longer time to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals. They made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around on the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. I mean, how do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So, on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore, but I still think it was the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong, but anyway, at the delta of the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over, and of course the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing, are you going to stop it? Build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals,
The general
army, and the navy.
That was a real competence issue.
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to build.
We're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chained together the boats across the Egypt to the harbor. And they put the palace boats, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough. So they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. The Mongols arrived, and over and over, they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, don't ships, and they've cut the ships off from the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refuse to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Bing was his name, with his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity, but the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout their history, the coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So at first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and held him, a 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments in world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. Empress Xi.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale. The army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
All that is true, and the Chinese summarize that with losing the mandate of Hitler.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story as some kind of like maintain an honor to the last moment.
They very often, most novels depict Empress Xi as the traitor to the country. Because they know that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, killed young men.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sakate, second son, the Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of Mongols.
Sons of Genghis. Yeah. And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. They're so far away. But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic. Even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
When he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. Different merchants shipping goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send them a queen, a princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate, to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he organized this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left to get their riches out before they didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, they've been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge strong army, and now he's the new enlightened one who doesn't slaughter. So he's gonna, what is he gonna do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, what's down the Russian Far East, or we call Siberian English, but the Russian Far East, the Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song Dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is that the expedition was massive. And they organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. It just didn't work at sea, because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They call it QL, the center, or QOL, actually called. He had the center in command. No, he's in the tomb without a clear. They're arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off. It was his deliberate plan. But the problem was solved. This is one of those ironies of history that it's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go. And Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with ROTHSCHILD was her name, Princess ROTHSCHILD, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who's not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Rechetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And first he knew reassemble the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as Emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. and started intermarrying. They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But he tries, and they're still there to this day.
So we should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you've talked about. So he is this famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess was one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there, but the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. And so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things, because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kosovo, he wrote about that. But I also needed other sources, so I found Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it. Then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized. You have to always discount it, but he's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by ROTHSCHILD, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million, because he had talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not in its worst, but at its most basic. And that is like the princess in the story. This is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess looks and says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. And there are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically. With Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. But it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. But we could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal right and other things. Today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room
energy for division or misunderstanding versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more in China, because it's about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. It's quite possible, but there's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrong, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO, and they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Timur Genghis had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River. But they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia, and many, many other things in Russia. Just even Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, it's an animal, and Chin is a person takes care of animals. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny, but there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gullion is one of the famous ones. He was a little bit too romantic with his ideas. influence there, but it was weakened. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols had become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging you. And they never did. The whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So he had two emperors back. Okay, that didn't work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for Mongols, but some external things from nature. And I think that was the Great Plague. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that sometimes works out good. Anyway, but this great system that united, it's called the Yahoo of Cult, and it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, and it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people rule like Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran, Afghanistan. The Hazara people were still descended from the army there. And Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them returned. So they had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. So many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols, despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting around the fire, drinking fermented milk, eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China have been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So, just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin. And Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer, yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Oh, I I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses. And all. Then you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because it was a city, the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq, or Vietnam, or even Northern Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Less than a couple of hours we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing because Germany could destroy the cities that people surrender. Dresden, Scotland, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare of American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? It's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. We killed people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal, and we just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was American strategy. Yeah. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs for what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people are starving, literally in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. authorities than I. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America at war.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that in some deep sense everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more control it is, the better. And my effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, brutality and all of that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today, in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on horseback, killing people, raping women all the time. The other image is a Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, they had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. And so he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, there are, depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know.
Yeah.
There are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, they called Naadam, a great celebration that went on for the summer just about. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody used to be given all kinds of things, you know, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank in the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tango nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him. And then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tango nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and he crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better. But the hulan, to say hulan up the Gobi, he was out hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months before August of 1227. It was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific. But the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. The Tangut offered all kinds of things to the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, accept nothing. And then when they surrendered, he killed the royal family. a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zunch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Amda, and he was named Visitor Zunch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Ugade, and the next one was Tala, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols have always called on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done from then till now. So he called first on Zunch. He said, what do you say, Zunch? Genghis Khan favored Zunch. This is the one that was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Ugade was a heavy drinker. Chagate was very rigid about the law of the Mongols, but he thought he seemed to favor Zunch as a more reasonable, good warrior, a reasonable person. They called him Zunch, my son, speak. Chagate, the second one, believed in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this market bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it. It was very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, a spokesperson. Anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think of this business of you do not know, you were not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved you. You did not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way and his son in this way was really powerful.
I believe that, I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death at all. They usually just say somebody finished their age or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech and Sagade had to submit. He said, yes, you are our father and we accept what you say, but a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be loaded. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, he's a middle-aged man, the boys, he said to the men, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude and the situation. And the law is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and died early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, good, they chose him because he was the most generous was sort of a plan B, and then Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very able wives. And from one good day, he had a wife who was to name his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorje. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, like the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for like what it will keep the empire together.
Dorje was actually campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Dorje, were extremely into economics and trade and running these. They had these private corporations called Orthodox. She was running her Orthodox and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points. And she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but they had favored another, but anyway, she favored her son. So she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman, Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, they organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. A lot of them were Muslims, and he killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And he was gone. Then his wife took over, Olaf Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her husband. Olaf Kamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorokhtani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Ogul Hamish, and she put herself on Khan in. Who was succeeded by him.
We should say probably that, this whole succession by Kin probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes, in the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we call almost a corporation. All lands belonged to everybody in the family, everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers. There were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhanate would own silk factories in jade mines in China. But the people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized all this. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long. Like that, because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan to some extent fulfilled it. Look what they did. Great thing.
This family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah. They weakened with every generation. Every generation.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manoel Scalise, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist. He likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but more with the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the gene, if you're a person that wants to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so, actually, what this is much better explained in the paper. It indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. So that means that for many generations, people loved the great Khan, Genghis Khan. So in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, the number of people descended, not direct male descendants, but the way trees work is that there's women in each step. So the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticisms we have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people were connected.
Yes.
And then they...
No. One person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before?
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just on a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. And they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people who was in charge of could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe in Mongolia today. We have nobody who claims from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So so the reason I say this is this methodology is pretty solid.
Well, I believe that they found some connection of people.
Yeah, but
they have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
Yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've already had the Huns come through. We've got all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came out of Mongolia.
You're right. You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA.
don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, "Let my body go, let my nation live." And he chose to be buried in an unmarked grave. But the Mongols believe very strongly it should always be that way. Most of the Khans who founded him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave. And not everyone died when he was on campaign towards Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think his father Ludwig was also buried out there. That was more their homeland. But many of them were buried with him. And it's known that not at the same time, it's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. He should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tournament coming in.
But you're saying the people of Mongolia, they have a sense.
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. And they believe they know where the place is, but it's sacred. You can do nothing. Just leave it as it is. It's no roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing can be done. It's a holy land dedicated to him and his family.
It's pretty amazing. Unmarked grave. For the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity. For good and for bad, the most impactful humans in history.
I believe it is thing about let my nation live. And I say to people, they ask me, what did he look like? And I say, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by someone who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mongol, that they looked alike when his grandfather said he didn't. And then Kublai Khan looked different. They looked different. So there was nothing. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, walk in any Arab Mongolia, the first challenge you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
Does that make you sad that there's no, from his time capturing this image, that he really made himself sort of disappear into the land? Does that make you sad?
No, not at all. No, because he's everywhere. When you have these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan, the Russians are still using the YAP system. There are many aspects of him that are out there in the world. And I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you could still read. And he bought so many copies. He gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. These ideas live on, and we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not bed, like his case, but sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
They have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's mostly not done, but when it is, they've just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can we learn from Genghis Khan that apply to the modern world? You've already said religious freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, I think these policy ideas, are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, and having religious freedom of individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions. all physicians and all teachers. They didn't pay taxes, and he said, well, as a former teacher, I raised that out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, as I recall, but just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, the spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. So these are policies. I'm not advocating so much for policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in a simple way of meritocracy that we've done it. Oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that. But really evaluating people and their ability, I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed in the end of his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. He was a man who had no education in any formal sense, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. And this later was translated, everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet. By Kublai didn't work. Or his idea, he tried to impose the use of paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. So but all this international spirit of their empire, I think that we need today, we talk about, globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible, and we're more provincial than ever. We're just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. I mean, there is something to that. This, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, like a self-made man, a person from nothing willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you can think of, your own family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jamalka said, he had a good mother, he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife made the deciding point. His wife, Bushta, was the one who caused the first break with Jamalka to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful and they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to crack down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire. It's fascinating.
Sometimes you say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. The Mongol court, they always sat up front. They're always out front. This horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to do. They said the women even drink in public. They drink in public. They do what. So sometimes it was a like that, but other times, as with Dorothy, she's actually the ruler. Or the case of his daughters, such as all time like who ruled over a part for the child called unknown people. And the other daughters who ruled over different, they ruled in their own names. And he's very, this is something about secret history that said, I get to chapter, and all the sections are numbered. I get to chapter number section 215. There's only half a sentence left. 214, he's just a girl, he calls his daughter, so she's only 9, but she lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son, Tolo, is only 4 years old. Tatar comes and the mother Arnold gives him food because no food everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Al-Thani raced out and she grabbed his arm and held him down. And two men, Jim and Jim, they were back behind the gear slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the gear fence. You don't do it in the light. And so they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was rewarding everybody for all their great deeds. And gentlemen, they want to be rewarded for saving the life of Talal. He said, no, you killed the Tatar. Al-Thani saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. He gets to 215, he says that now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase of it. That's, I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not my complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different, and most often they translate as, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me and makes you soldier. Stay here and rule together.
Brilliant.
The Chinese, when they arrived in the court of Al-Thani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area to all the people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's a supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which language she could read and write. That is really puzzled me a lot.
So you're saying the secret history as we have gotten access to has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not at all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because their husband was going to war. And Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes there were sons of the last one, But they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. There was only one Tetigan who was ruling in Siberia. She was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and did a lot of power later. What happened was the area for Amakan, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out, not in their whole lifetime. They didn't kill them at all, but as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it's from Western China, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol, and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think anytime it threatened the power of a particular man. And there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase and that phrase was not in the original.
Yeah. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that and I stress that and I see those things. I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert to go in. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just open. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Well, you can have a condo right there. You can have a building. We can sell them off. They haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And in the Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. It's just because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in the city. Settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would just say, oh, hey, Mongol, I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the tail that's all embroidered. I'm Mongol. And Genghis Khan said, where's your horse? Oh, keep it in the countryside. But he would recognize the city, but it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. It's something we can't understand because when we pray, we're usually saying, thank you God for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful. I love you so. Would you please give me, and would you please do this, or would you please stop this pain in my life? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asked for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
Well, start with my home. Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi and they do a loop to the Gobi and around to Karakorum, Lahore, the old capital from Mongol, but it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And then they circle back to the city and they may stop off to see what we call Przewalski, the wild horse, but they call Taki. To see the Taki, or they may go up to ROTHSCHILD Lake, the big beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, but much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive flocks of cranes that come in. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. If you look particularly at the history of Genghis Khan, the Mongolians love him, they worship him. They don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Hitti. You can go to the Hitti. There are areas you cannot go to, large areas is forbidden. But you can go, but they they don't capitalize like this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. But the only one place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his twin, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orgel Han, to support him. He's coming back to his family, and on the way, he supposedly found him. There was just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it that's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing because obviously it's used for a horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your will is your himo, your wind horse that lives inside of you, your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment. He's on his way back home to go with Jamukha and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Ursta. And so symbolically, he found a whip. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning.
Yes. Yes. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick, that it's a baton or something like that. Well, no, it's what they call the whip or to shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. If you look out into the future, what gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Well, almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talk to me. I don't understand a word they say. What? And who are they talking about? I never heard of it. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God. Everything like that. But then, almost every day, I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. And I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for other people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world and the way my grandchildren talk and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. In Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried courage, and they bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring the pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Everybody thinks you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother. All the other yogurt in the world is not good, but my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so, over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils it with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing. Keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. The people in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. She had MS that slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate, the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every moment, some arm would pick her up, pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over that and not let me do it. We could go to the opera. You had to go this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera. We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side, and they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it, and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife, and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her in America. They're often afraid that she's in a wheelchair. They just kind of look. They don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very good. And you just learned something about the people living there in a country where out in the countryside, you come to a gear, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door frame. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people. Like, what, you're not good hospitable people. I have to ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down, and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. It's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern.
Yeah.
It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning when it goes through some flash flood. You got stuck and now you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And I swear within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You think, where did you come from? When the mother sends them over, there's somebody over here in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that, individuals do give me hope. People one by one, a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Well, I can tell you a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Boogie Note in the middle. And somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us towards the end. We're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, we're holding hands. She's in the gym here, and we're just sitting there staring off. And this is, that's one of my favorite. But with my wife, I was just blessed with a good life that was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She could talk to people about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. And my life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, I don't remember my grandparents was on their side, but they had 3rd grade education. My father had 7th grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they could send 2 people from one family against their will. It was mainly designed to protect brothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college. So I got to college, and I can't say, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, that later. I told her, she just looked at me, she said, "What's a professor? No, it's just a professor. You can write anything you want." And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, "Yeah, that's right, that's just a professor." Yeah, and she inspired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own when she was doing graduate work. But she inspired me when she told me, I said, "I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just dry as that's a hot one, it's a Gobi Desert." And I didn't know what to do. And she said, "Just tell the story to me, but I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me." And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she would like it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, but she just loved hearing the book because it was mine. And the last years of her life, I gave up the teaching, and we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, "Okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that, and just be worthless teenagers." And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what caused it. It might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, she said, "This disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life." She said, "You gave up teaching, and you gave up writing." She said, "How do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease?" She said, "You should write." So every single day, we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into the dining room, overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk, and she sat in a wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little song music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk. But she liked to just sit there beside me working. And she knew that she was an inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going, How on earth I ever had a wife like that, I don't know.
That's beautiful, Jack. That's really beautiful.
I just hit the jackpot. And I see so many people that get by, and they even like each other, or they're friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren. I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. Just the way life works out, And I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you lived and met a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about you conquering.
No.
And then she said, you should do this.
If she said it, I probably would have believed her.
Exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. But, in her final, I could not ask her questions, and I would not say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember. But when she would be restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from her life and just give the scene without saying, "Do you remember?" But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s. movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Blazhenskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again, of all the details. I told her many times with her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late. And then the next night going to the Bolshoi, and all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights and many days of great memories.
You make me cry, Jack.
Oh no,
That was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk with you. This was such a fascinating journey through human history. One of the most impactful humans in human history.
well, I thank you very much. And the amount of research I realize how much research you have done. I feel like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left, is me going to the moon and landing there on the step. That would be incredible. So, well, thank you so much for talking today, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to lexfriedman.com/contact. And now, allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving world landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000-year history. I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent, eye-opening 5.5-hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources. It covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, to be exact. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as we modern-day humans understand them, with the wisdom of time and moral progress. But during each period of history, as Dan documents, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss, and later myself reading first-hand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, of separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, this topic, first-hand accounts of slavery, can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 Authentic Slave Narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote All Men Are Created Equal, which I think is one of the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom. Pulling as he did foundational ideas of human freedom from the jaws of deep history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities quite well. A full range of human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. The consequences of our moral failings can reverberate through decades, even centuries. That is perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocities, but it also contains people who, while flawed, dare to rise in some way above the moral decrepitude of the day to try to build a foundation of a slightly better future world. As MLK Jr. put it, the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza, Israel, and Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough
or know quite the right words to express what I'm feeling. But let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government has any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and military complexity, nuance, and historical context that I'm told by some so-called experts that one must understand. And perhaps they are smarter than me. But, like mentioned before, unlike the more complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade, this is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call home. In my view, they are all equal. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Hamas did a definitively evil act on October 7th, brutally murdering over 1,000 civilians. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children. 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region, but I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank, on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourselves. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, from all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me on mic and off have always been with everyday people. It's always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, of hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all. The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World, and he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me and the Mongolian steppe from which he came.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were called garrison tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. In fact, that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlund. And Erlund had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, "You must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulo, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her." It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids were hanging down, were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlund. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, "Doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again." He was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born. But all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols, that were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Soching with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, he wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was Temujin Buge, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic. But today, part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, no, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It's not an auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but maybe 4 or 5, but he was left behind. As it turned out, some other people, the Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife. Which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, when he didn't take the other son from the other wife, he was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichu and died with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to heirlooms. He never another family until like the first family he came across, and the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. But supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home. But within a few days, he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person, comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter. Well, by now she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp, and they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started a ceremony, but they did not tell her. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old woman said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, and they took her animals. They took the animals at that moment she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a keg, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his two arms are in it, and his head is in it. And he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different year to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the keg, the wood yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a keg on him. He's still trapped under there. People are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it protects him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family, Itachi. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the keg and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes, yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under the Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family of outcasts, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter. And for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find, it's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. Then one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or metal. Mongols produce nothing. They can produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere that was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point. His wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother called. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children, plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her grandmother, Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the ger, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund is still in charge, even though Imogen is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to put it in her own lap. She has one extra horse. But she won't take Bertha. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea. They're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlund is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlund saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he has obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. Now the kidnapping of his wife, and he has to define, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? Is he going to go out look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Bertha. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius born, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and the Toll River, about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is a name of Torkel Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually, he took a gift. That's because Bertha's mother had bought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlund at the time of the marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamuka. You need to ask him.
is one, people abandoning him, being disloyal, and here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal, and as you've described, he's both. The best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaica?
Jamaica was a boy about the same age as Temujin. And his family had winter camp close to where Mother Urdu was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was a Urihantai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaica was a descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Orthocham, his ancestor. So they're both almost the same from the same home. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early. But Jamaica also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaica's not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin. What he has is an emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is the number in the language, and there are several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a rope on the deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all that. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it can be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter if that part of Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing out of the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship with Anda, then a couple years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys, and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaica took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. It's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. It had a lot of uses. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. And so they had been close friends. And Wang Han said, okay, Jamaica should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three sent out some troops from Wang Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops, and then Jamaica and his troops, and then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers, that's all. They set off to find the merchant people of the Seling River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And we see in this episode, though, Jamaica is already a little bit fierce without fast as possible. So Marksta has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandmother go up to it again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother, the power struggle there, and, not to moralize, but there's also, the ethical foundation behind the murder of
The killing of Nectar, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Nectar was the older child of Sochko, and as such, the older brother has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Nectar eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry Mother Earth. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Nectar was ordering around, so he would take things like the fish or bird that Temujin had caught, and that's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Nectar would take the fish.
Yes, he's only recorded once, but perhaps it happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he could do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stop for him. So, mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother and they were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next mother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that. I think it'd be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before. Because we hear nothing from Sochiko. She and her younger son, Megatai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Erno, his mother. She screams and hollers at him the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. You will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you are worse than
interesting if it's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. Victor was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. But now, Victor's younger brother Valentine is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to merge the land. So he has both loyalty and Valentine stays loyal to him his entire life. It's very interesting.
So after you return to Mershta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because it was two-way loyalty from Mershta to Temujin, and Temujin to Mershta. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married eventually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. But she was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamoka. And so they decide to stay together, and they all go off to the Horanok Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for her. It's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue. And what happens? But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a fucking bastard, he defends his wife viciously. He's to his own sons. He says, "You were not there. You do not know who loved you and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone." So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Horanok Valley. And he and Jamoka decide to renew their vows of being undone to each other. So this time, it's more serious. And a ceremony in front of the whole we can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And then Jamoka takes off a gold belt, which actually he'd stolen from the market at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mare who had a little growth on her head, which they call a horn. So it was an unusual gift, and it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, and it sort of think about it differently. When over the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this Beltus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt. Because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course. But they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to have the total mentality of that pie that we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And but not long after the birth, he and Jalika break apart. Or really, it's Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Nursta. She said he lords it over you too much. He orders you around too much. You need to be free. We need to break away. And she urged him when he loved his wife more than anything. I think that it is certainly the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anda relationship, which ends up being severely tested in the future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Anda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have the Wang Han, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karian people. And so Jalika remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually, some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Wang Han. And he was even got the title Wang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Wang Han received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Wang Han. And Wang Han said no. His own son, told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're Karian people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now, more you could say, brings up a feud. It's more of a feud. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Balchun. And he goes to Balchun, and at this time, then Jalika is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Wang Han. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, slight breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. Then they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Temujin eventually defeats Wang Han. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tengiz, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, my
interface with each other and things like that.
especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I mean, there's so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over here. And so Jamukha now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamukha deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. Right? He was telling all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared of them. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jodovan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. You know, like, but he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Orhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Orhan is gone, Orhan gone, that he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his Honda. It's a very strange encounter. And so supposedly Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamukha says, but I did betray you, my people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your tail. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing, and he was either. It's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. And blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had him, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried at a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is the part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuva people very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, but he understood that you needed complete total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamuka, and Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again. Maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamuka offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes.
For Genghis.
I would say, in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from birth-time. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him. She was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamuka, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, my evaluation of him. These things like, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole and kill everybody, And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving a gold belt to Muja. But Jamuka also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Bershta. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, when she just sort of complains and prattles along. And we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that rings true. There were some elements that were true. But Jamuka certainly didn't have the intelligence and the genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
And in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It's so beautiful in the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's interesting because Timucin was never interested in material goods. Now, as Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We're the same. So, he had no interest in the wealth. And Jamuka, he had sided before with Han, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, boy,
the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had the foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, his private part of the army, with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he had already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
Just incredible. But let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document. Not having to look at very much. And I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army wasn't. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted for the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. Most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one in the American when he rescued Urdu, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Urdu, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written. 2 blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehut was his name. Shigehut realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It was a little bit unclear. They don't specify that. They always know exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. So go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important. tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, you can't think of where to go. I mean, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about their family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so that scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. That people didn't think was anything because it was all Chinese characters. But it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense and will go with it. So it was in this code that had been used to record information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. Which is always problematic in some little areas. You're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of them already. So that was very helpful to me. Because some of the Persians I trust very much. And I liked their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed. And all of it, some of it existed in other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan when he wasn't Khan then. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, it's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why. But it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. There were supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume was the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages as well in the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, it was translated and then published by Harvard University, but the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, it's just so important. And for me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and give more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bershta. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? He said, no. I think Guangzhen was on the ground and she could feel the vibration was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going to nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here, you begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they had come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, at this time, they were amazed at our outcome. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of the Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, Deridiges, from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live in the base of Mount Burhanhalpu.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, mountains, the Great Sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. I mean, certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. Well, Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space. With the fewest of 3 million. And they're spread out. And they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian step like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about the step is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic, It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold as the thicket sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind. Also, then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. Yeah, dust. Oh, again, the dust doesn't smell so good. It doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the Market live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dale, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. To learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about the relationship with the horse and thinking about this open steppe. From a young age, all Mongols were trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills in such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor because that was insulting. I said, oh, Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, the Golosult, out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside and saying, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. Teach me some words. Oh, Mongolian, teach you the word. Then what color is that horse? I say, black. texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown. But the words for horses, of course, by sex, and then they have 3% geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, the presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses," which just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate a relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the 4 directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Some things puzzled me in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were under gelding with bee stallions. You'll get the bee stallions back. One of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and I think I had 1 or 2 girls, 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins on his horse, but he couldn't remount. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for NADA, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forest and mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off to the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights could be quite cold, especially on mountain. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the... He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Colan, and he tells the story about mental toughness that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With Mongols, there was just nothing, it was emotionless. Like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the whether, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, the route wrestlers have their trained in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to target shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So, there's a lot to say. Like, you have to time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. And they've also used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. This thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The horse and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing. It's absolutely incredible. Because at that age, they can't even have the saddle, but they can't even be used. So all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. They usually 5 is the number that you should have when you go off the battle. And this ability to shoot, you have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, and other things. In some areas there were tigers and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. And to this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it, organize it, and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good at earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was, I diplomatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good at warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
What's all cavalry?
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry, heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that are utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Oft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows. So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you think of the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pageantry behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Bottle, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to just like sedentary civilizations that get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way of thinking. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Taiwan territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yongan. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like. That there's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig the channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Taiwan city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all like, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right name. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology. I don't understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for 1 day, and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is later in the time of the death of Buddha, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine the summer I need to follow roads because it's used to riding the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling in place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the phased retreat. It's used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and the Iliad, and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, no, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shikibuto, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was a Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected in many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols, and if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic works. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow. You want to run after them.
you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you would write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea for the phased retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, caravan. They don't even know what's going on. It was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking yet, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a tower when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So the psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known. But to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before. But now they would go to the Mongols. That's kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Dr. he violated that. It was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first, as a common soldier. And of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I tried to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle violating his law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and all was won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away, and all of them forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said where they were supposed to send someone else or sheep. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I'd say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson who he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great book of Zohar actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. Not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. Did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, when your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan. allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality and the slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. And that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and the betrayal is punished.
And he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir and Rabbi of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's homes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States has certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for violent people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very low. And it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy. The Germans, we dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. Especially barbarian people from STEM, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one, it's just the very nature of war. War is how. Then sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed position that I'm not a pacifist, but I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans, and I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy